Okay. I want you to watch and see if you can hear me talking. Hello? Is this testing?
That was Sarah Jo Gom with dog JC Digger. Full points of 240 with a time of 3:07.
Great run.
Great run. Now we have Tim Nas with dog Harvey. On deck we have Diana Paduska with Willie, and in the hole we have Mike Thompson with Dallas.
Okay, welcome to the 2025 National Western Stock Show Cattle Dog Trial. We've had one run. It was a perfect score. Sarah Jo Gom and her dog JC Digger. Sarah Jo joins us from Washington State. Up now,
Are you seeing that, Sydney? Him talking?
up now we have Tim Nas, his dog Harvey. Tim is from South Dakota. His group seems to be running a little faster than Sarah Jo's did. Now he's got to go around this barrel, but he's got to go around it the other way. Now he can bring him back and put him back through the correct way. Whoops.
Move the chair. Move the chair back. I'll do this while you do that.
These are young calves. We worked them in advance to try to get them ready to trial so that we wouldn't have problems with them. The problem we have is that they're actually derived from several different groups. Okay, Tim's up to the final obstacle. This is a two-part obstacle. The first part is putting the cattle in, for which he gets a score, and the second part is getting the cattle out. So he gets two scores on this obstacle. We're scoring 10 points per head. Scores actually count on the tail of the cow. When the tail of the cow goes past the appropriate line, in this case a load line, he's got two of them in.
So if
Now
you
he's got the
go
third.
on our
Now he'll call his dog around
yeah, but like if you look at any of our like
and
like
encourage
any
them
of
to
our big
leave,
ones, just like something cool you could get it really from
which they
anywhere. It
did
doesn't
just
have to
fine.
have
And
to be
that's the end of his run. The run ends when the last one's out there. So that's a really nice run. Two nice runs in a row.
That was Tim Nas with dog Harvey. Full points, 240 points with a time of 2:06. Great run. Next up, we have Diane Paduska with dog Willie. And on deck, we have Mike Thompson with Dallas. And then in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Swoop.
That's you. Switch it.
That way?
Yep. You want me to run the camera? Yeah. It's okay. I'll keep it in.
So coming up now, we have Diane Paduska with her dog Willie. We've had 2 perfect scores to start out the trial, which I think is fine. Diane comes to us from Mechanicsville, Iowa.
Diane Paduska, we are waiting on you and your dog Willie if you are around. All right, Mike Thompson with Dallas, you can go ahead and enter the arena. Mike Thompson with Dallas. We are skipping Diane for now, so if you want to go ahead and enter the arena, that would be great. That was Mike Thomas with Dallas with a score of 240 and a time of 3:29. Good job. Next up, we have Bob Wagner with Swoop. On deck, we have John Holman with Moon. And then in the hole, we have Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage. That was Bob Wagner with Swoop with a score of 240 and a time of 2:43. Good job. Next up, we have John Holman with Moon. On deck, we have Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage. And then in the hole, we have Jeff Mundorf with Mick. That was John Holman with Moon with a time of 3:05 and a score of 240. Good job. Up next is Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage. On deck is Jeff Mundoff with Mick. And then in the hole is Jordan Markowski with Hendricks.
Okay, sorry for all the long dead time. I had to run a dog and we didn't have the right person lined up to take over. This is, who is this? This is Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage. Chance comes to us from LaPointe, Utah. We're really lucky this year. We have handlers from 13 states and Canada.
So you're doing a good job. I would trust you with all my abilities. So for now. Kidding, I'm kidding. So you're good. Just take the dash.
So Chance is taking these around the two barrels. And then he's got this obstacle, which the cattle seem to be seeing pretty well. We were worried that they might not see this one well, but they've been doing perfectly. You don't score on the obstacle till right now when they leave, and again they score on tails. So when the tail goes out, that's when they score. He's going to have a really nice time because all he's got to do now is load them in that pen, hold them there, and push them back out. They don't seem as though they're wanting to go in, though.
At least I found the stone.
Well, this group just isn't in a big hurry to go in. Up until now, they've been pretty willing to go in easily. Now, he's got it.
Well, then we'll just make sure you're not.
The run ends when the last tail leaves the pen. There we go. Another perfect score.
That was Chance Horrocks with KJB Sage with a score of 240 and a time of 212. Good job. Next up, we have Jeff Mundoff with Mick. And then Jordan Markowski with Hendricks is on deck. And then in the hole is Jeff Myers with Tate.
Okay, this coming into the ring now is Jeff Mundorf. Jeff comes to us from, I believe it's Red Oak, Iowa, but I will confirm that. But it's Iowa in any event. Yes, Red Oak, Iowa, I was correct. Jeff's dog is Mick. Jeff is a long-time trialer. He was president of the National Cattle Dog Association for a while. His group isn't staying together perfectly, but he'll be able to get them. It's taken him a little while to get these settled and happy, but I assume that he will fairly soon, and they'll complete the course. I don't believe we've had anybody not complete the course so far. He's got it around that obstacle. They actually score when they go past the tape on that obstacle. Now they're in the box for the handler, and they score when they come out of that box. And it's also the line that we use to score for tie-breaking purposes. I take a time at that line, and right now he's working them through the Y chute. Dog didn't take the command that he gave it then. He wanted it to go away, which is counterclockwise, and it come by, which is clockwise. And for some reason, they're not thrilled to go through there. Two of them have been thrilled. This one will follow them. And he's done. Around the first barrel. The barrels actually form the corner of a box. They have to enter on one side and exit on the other. These guys are missing the first barrel. Now he's got them back together, so he'll get it. Ooh. Given the, it isn't necessary to have every calf score on every obstacle. In order to advance, you only need one. However, I can tell you that today, based on how well this course is running for these cattle, or how well these cattle are running this course, pretty much everybody has to get a full score to be in contention. The top 20 dogs from the open trial today and tomorrow will compete on Monday in a final. He did that one fast and easy. Now he's up to this final obstacle where he's got to load the pen, hold them in the pen. There's no time limit, they just have to all be in the pen together, and then drive them out the way they came in. He's got this going pretty smoothly. And there you go, he has completed the course. Now the handler will help exhaust the cattle, get them out of the arena, but we're not scoring that. We don't want the cattle pushed too hard to that exhaust. We want that to be just a gradual thing, not upset them. Sometimes when you have the exhaust.
That was Jeff Mundolf with Mick with his score of 240 and a time of 323. Next up, we have Jordan Markowski with Hendricks. On deck, we have Jeff Myers with Tate. And then in the hole, we have Kent Herbal with Sage.
So up now is Jordan Markowski. Jeff had a time of 3:15 or something. Slightly over 3 minutes. And Jordan comes to us from Canada, from Ontario, Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Jordan travels all over trialing. He also will take this mic from me shortly, I hope. Jordan is a very good handler. He's keeping his dog off the cattle to keep from stirring them up. He's got him right where he wants him because he scores 30 points right there. going around. Then another 30 points. Oh man, this is going to be a fast run. He hasn't had a single bump anywhere. This is Hendrix. This is a dog that Jordan's been trialing for quite a while. And as you can tell, he's a pretty good dog.
Someone snaps me
In fact,
a Tino.
it's a very good dog. Saved that nicely. Now they're seeing this obstacle very easily, except for that one. The dog saved that beautifully. Now again, all he's got to do is get them in this pen. They score as they come in, 10 points per head as they come in, and they score as they go out. And when they go out, the last tail out ends the run. Now that one that got out the wrong way didn't score anything, didn't do anything, so he's got to regroup and gather them back up and put them in. This is kind of a shame. He had a really, really fast run going. There have been several, or a few runs at least under 3 minutes, which is, I think, plenty fast. Now he's got a problem that we were afraid we would see some of, is the cattle not wanting to stay together. So he's got that one that was causing him trouble. He's got that one in. Now he's got to get the other two in with it. Now he's got him in, I think. All he's got to do is push him back out. The run will end, and we will find out how Jordan and Hendrix did.
I'm gonna move your finger so I can see the name. That was Jordan Markowski with Hendrix with a score of 240 and a time of 3:02. Good job. Next up, we have Jeff Myers with Tate. On deck, we have Kent Herbal with Sage. And in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zing.
Okay, here comes Jeff Myers and Tate. Jeff's called for his cattle. Jeff is from Colorado. I believe it's Hayden, Colorado. I have the ability to confirm that. Let me do it. Yes, it's Hayden, Colorado. And off goes Tate. The trick to a successful run here is really going to be keeping them together. Okay, in order to score this first obstacle, the first points that he can earn, you have to go around that obstacle, not through it. He had two of them that wanted to go through. He'll be glad that they like to do that later, but right now they got to go around it. Now he's got to load the handler box, and they're not wanting to do that.
The lighting? Nope. Well, the sun is starting to come on the building. I'm gonna just take this off. What tension do we have today?
Okay, Jeff's got them loaded into that handler's box. Now he'll drive them out and try to get them through the Y chute.
You okay, Brady?
Yep, you're right in the frame.
You got this?
Are you leaving me?
Through the Y with no problem. Headed for the first barrel. He's in the first barrel box. Now he scores on the first barrel. Up now to the final obstacle, or the final two obstacles. It's the loading and unloading, each count separately. They're not wanting to go in. It's the second group that has shown some reluctance to going into the pen. Now he's got them. And out they go for a nice run. Jeff Myers and Tate.
Sorry, we're having fun.
That was Jeff Myers with Tate with a time of 4 minutes and a score of 240. Next up, we have Kent Herbal with Sage. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zing. And in the hole, we have Becky Combs with Sadie.
Turn it up. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the 2025 Denver Stock Show, National Stock Show. You're watching, as you probably already know, the Cattle Dog Trial. Right now, we have Kent Herbal and his dog Sage. It's been a fast run so far today. The cattle are pretty light, pretty nice. You don't have to worry too much about offending these cattle. If you keep them nice, if you stay off them a little bit, you're in good shape. Kent and his dog Sage are working on getting them into this Y. They've been decent about going into that Y. Looks like we got about 28 people watching so far. Anyone who's been to this trial before knows the weather can sometimes be dicey, but it's beautiful so far today. And there we go. Kent and Sage have got their cattle right through that Y. And now they're going to work on the next obstacle here, which is around this green barrel. They've kept the course relatively straightforward today just because they weren't sure how the cattle would fare. But so far, cattle are doing great. Have been nothing but full point runs, I believe, so far. Maybe one I missed, but certainly folks are doing pretty well so far. I think the time to beat is just over 2 minutes. Most folks are in the 2 to 4 minute range. And now Kent and Sage are on the last obstacle, which is to put them in this open-ended pen, and then you have to put them back out the way you came. There's 2 openings to this pen. You only want to use the one that he's using right now. And he's just got to now push them back out the way that they came in, and his run is over. And there you have it. That is a full point run. We'll see what his time is in just a second.
That was Kent Herbal with Sage, with a time of 2:21 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Jan Wagner with Zing. Becky Combs with Sadie is on deck. And then in the hole, we have Michelle Castelling with Lori. I'm sorry if I said your last name wrong.
All right. Jan and her dog Zing starting their gather. They want to bring these cattle over to the right side of the arena, put them around the pen on the right side, between the pen and the. No. These cattle are pretty light, pretty gentle. They're not very big, but if you push on them too hard, they can start to split. So they're just working on getting that first contact going and getting their run underway here. There we go. Heading in the right direction. Do want to come on the far end of that pen. That's where they're pointed right now. There we go. Good. Once they get between the pen and the wall there, they want to come on the right side of that blue barrel and then into this Y here. And they've been pretty good about it so far today. No cattle have been giving too much trouble about that. They do like that back corner, though. That's where the exhaust is. And the cattle have been through this arena once or twice, I believe, over the past day or so, just getting acclimatized to it. Not being put through any obstacles or anything like that, but it has given them already a kind of an early affinity for that exhaust. One little red one slips out the wrong side of the Y there, so Zing's going to have to go bend that one back around. It's a little tricky now, though. Definitely got two camps in this group of cattle, the red single and the 2 black friends. And so they're going to give this another trot here. Looks like they're all nicely collected. They're kept together. It's going to help things further down the down the line. I'm going to turn up the volume here a little bit, make things a little easier to hear. And now Jan and Zing are coming around their green barrel. They want to go up to the far end of the arena there to get around that blue one. Jan and Zing are from Colorado, and Jan and her husband Bob are the organizers of this trial, have been for many years. Certainly appreciated by all the folks who get to come. Putting on these types of events is not easy. But yeah, we're already getting a decent amount of spectators as well as Jan and Zing get through the second to last obstacle. Now she just needs to put them in this open-ended pen. Oh, the cattle are getting a little bit excited. They can split and start to get to trotting. Makes things a little trickier. Nothing outrageous or anything, but on a day where a lot of folks are getting times between 2 and 3.5 minutes, can be costly. And going to want to settle these ones down. The red one is not pleased with its time in the arena so far. There we go. Got one. Oh, no, they're splitting. They're dividing and conquering. And these cattle have been pretty darn nice, like I said. But if you get them to being a little flustered, they start to be a little trotty.
It should be on Facebook or YouTube, but if you
I'll send it to you.
lives.
Keep asking him. I saw it on Facebook somewhere. I know it's different than it was last year, but I can't find it.
Let me pull up here for you. And she's going to call her run there. Just about out of time. It's actually a relatively warm and sunny day in Denver.
That was Jan Wagner with Zing with a time of 5:57 and a total of 2:20. Next up, we have Becky Combe with Sadie. On deck, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori. And then in the hole, we have Jeannie Allen with Jock.
And here comes Becky with her dog Sadie. She is from Ray, Colorado, and she's won this trial before. Would have been a few years ago, but she's done well here. So she knows the terrain. Different cattle every year, but nothing about these cattle should be too challenging for Becky. Here she comes. She's got a red baldy and 2 black ones there. Looks like she's got a head-up trotty leader, which can be good with this course. It's not a too technical of a course, so if you get one that kind of leads the way, you can gain a lot of time. And her set seems happy to move. Happy to move this set. The main deal I think with this course to get those fast times is to move quickly between obstacles. Not super tricky to get them through the obstacles, but if you can make good time between, you're in good shape. And Becky's got a good group here. Got to watch this one on the barrel. Yeah, just slipped around. These red ones are, I'm not going to say they're tricky because these cattle are pretty darn nice, all things considered. But if someone's going to throw a little bit of a curveball in your run today, it's going to be the red ones. And it's a relative term, the curveball there, because the most they'll do is maybe get a little trotty at one point or slip around the wrong side of an obstacle. But so far, the black cattle have been the easier, the more compliant. All right, well, gets around that green one. A little bit of a lost time there with that red one. She's just got to watch now that they're pulling to the right on her, and she wants to get them to the left side of that barrel. And folks are asking if there is a run order anywhere. Do we have a run order published online? There is nothing published online. Lorena, I will try to take a picture for you so you can have one on my Facebook here. Bear with me. There we go. And while I'm doing this, Sadie and Becky are sailing through the second to last obstacle. Now just into this pen and back out the way they came. And that'll be a fast run. There she goes. Probably close to under 2 minutes, maybe just over. There you go. Just push them out and you're done. Nice little heel bite. And that's it. Clean, pretty quick run. No one's yet beat 2 minutes. I think the leading time heading into this run was 2:05 or something like that. But this could be it. We'll see.
That was Becky Combe with Sadie with a score of 240 and a time of 2:48. Good job. Next up, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori. On deck, we have Janie Allen with Jock. And then in the hole, we have Dwayne Packard with JR Yeti.
All right, so not quite under 2 minutes, but I have a feeling we're probably going to see one of those coming up sooner rather than later. All right, so next we got Michelle Castelline, and she is from, where is Michelle from? Let me see here. Let me consult the papers. Well, we might not. Oh, there she is. She is from Rolling Hills, Wyoming, with her dog Lori. This set's come out with some gusto. Could be a winning set here if they keep that going. They're together. Yeah, this could be a really good set. They're trotty, but they're joined. Apparently not. There was some concern about the cattle not maybe sticking together before the trial started, but so far, unless you really offend them, they seem relatively happy to be friends. She got to watch out for this one here, threatening to come on the. Yeah, there it goes. But good thing about these cattle is they don't really, if they stray, they don't really kind of fly off the handle about it. They settle down pretty fast. There we go, right through the Y. Now down to the green barrel. Michelle just has to watch her line. I think she knows. So the handler's line for these folks is to stay within the square of barrels. But Michelle's walking that line pretty good. Gets around the green barrel, no problem. That's a really nice set of cattle. You can freaking win this trial. Oh, She asked for an away to me. Lori had other ideas there. Won't be too costly, but lose some time for that. Wants to come on the left side of this blue barrel, not the right side. But, you know, it's a pretty small little glitch in the run, but there's a lot of fast times today. So the first person who really kind of just gets a nice trotty set of cattle and has everything kind of break the right way is going to break 2 minutes, I would think. But it's been clean and good running so far. There we go. Straight through this little alley here and down onto the pen. I'm just getting the link out there for anyone who doesn't have it yet, as Michelle works on her pen here. Just needs to push him back out, and she's done. This will be a fast run. I think this will probably be in the mid to high 2 minute mark, would be my guess. We'll see.
That was Michelle Castelline with Lori with a score of 240 and a time of 2:54. Next up, we have Jeannie Allen with Jock. On deck, we have Dwayne Packard with JR Yeti. And in the hole, we have Sarah Jo Guillaume, with Pace.
Is it inputs? No.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't have to mess with anything.
okay.
All right.
It's on the camera.
Thank you. Here comes Jeannie Allen with Jock. Jeannie is from Alamosa, Colorado. She's calling for her cattle to be let out at the far end of the battlefield. This looks like a more contemplative set, maybe. Michelle, who just went, had a pretty trotty group. Looks like this set might have a kind of a tan, lighter red colored laggard at the back here. Could slow things down a little bit if
Okay, and then there's a
she needs to
second.
work that one while keeping the front two
Yeah, but he doesn't have to.
pointed in the right direction.
And remember anything that you said?
Here they come. Now some people are letting these cattle go down into that corner,
No. Just a reminder.
but yeah, you don't want to get them dug into that exhaust corner too much, because then you have to waste time digging them out to put them in this Y. But Jeannie did a good job kind of keeping them from that. Quiet and calm, but the winning run today is going to be someone who pushes on these cattle a little bit. Gets the right set, of course, but to be under 2 minutes, someone's going to have to take that right set and really move them, which is not always the way you want to run your cattle during a trial. Oftentimes slow is fast, but I think today fast will be fast because everyone's kind of getting clean runs. But it is just day one, so nope, not too much value in taking risks.
Maybe a little bit.
The courses will evolve. They'll probably get a little harder tomorrow, and then certainly on Monday during the finals, they'll probably be even tougher still, and so folks are playing it a bit safe here on day one. Jeannie's walking her cattle around very nicely. Calm as you like. Not winning the time the time race, but certainly keeping her stock really nice and happy and focused on picking up each obstacle real clean and easy. Coming through this alley now. Again, just last obstacle that remains is to walk them calmly into this pen. Got them pointed in the right direction. There you go. That was looking promising. Yeah. Now just push them back out and she's done. This will probably be high 2, maybe 3 something. Sure was clean though. And there you have it.
That was Janie Allen with Jock with a score of 240 and a time of 3:05. Next up, we have Dwayne Packard with J.R. Yeti. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gom with Pace. And in the hole, we have John Holman with Eli.
All right, next up we're going to have Dwayne Packard with J.R. Yeti, also known apparently as Jed. And Dwayne is from Hawk Springs, Wyoming. And here he comes with Yeti. Cattle are ready and waiting. Here they come. Let's see what kind of characters come out of the gate here. Little tiny burst of speed, but they seem like they want to be together. Yeti is off. And he's got a red leader that the two black cattle want to follow, but he's just got to watch Yeti. Yeti's pretty focused on that lead cow and probably could get away with pushing a little harder on the back, but no real time lost there. He's still in really good shape. Needs to just bend them now around to this Y. Like we've seen before, these cattle want to check out that back corner. They seem to already know that's kind of where the exhaust is. Got them on a nice line for this Y. Just has to watch the inside here. Yeah. Good save, good save. There you go. Oh. There we go. Yeti definitely likes the head, which is pretty valuable in a dog. But you just got to worry about pushing on the head of these cattle too much, turning them too much. They're pretty good-natured. They respond pretty well to being corrected by a dog or sent in different directions by a dog. They settle down pretty fast. But you can see that red one's kind of starting to get a few more ideas than maybe you'd love to see when you're running. But yeah, pretty good still. Today is definitely going to be 95, if not more, % full point runs. Purposely, the course was made to be relatively straightforward. They, haven't had these cattle at a trial before, so you definitely want to make sure day one is not a bunch of train wrecks, and so far that has definitely not been the case. So that's really good to see, and way easier to make the courses more challenging over the course of the weekend than to start too hard and get a bunch of frustrated dogs and a bunch of frustrated cattle. So it's been nice, good watching for the spectators today to get to see a lot of successful dogs and a lot of cattle that are being pushed and moved, but not confused or agitated, which is cool. And these red ones sometimes they can be a little bit of a problem at this pen. Not too often, but every so often we're seeing runs where one of these red cattle just gets it into their head that they're not going in. I think this is a red steer up there. Just wants to explore other options before it commits to that pen. And the only runs we've seen that kind of had this issue, it was usually with one of these red ones. And while it's a little bit of a rebellion, it's pretty benign. I mean, no one would say that this cow is being obnoxious. It's just not sure about going in that pen. Dwayne's still got a decent time, but you do want to get this thing done and dusted sooner rather than later. Probably getting up in close to the 4-minute territory at this point. Just needs to convince that red one to commit to that opening. There you go. That might not do it right there. Got a little helpful nudge from his black cattle on the left there. Push that red one in a little bit. There you go. And once he pushes them back out of this obstacle, he'll have his run completed. A little bit of a nip there from Yeti, but no one could say that wasn't warranted. Red one's been a bit of a pain. And that's a full point run there for Dwayne from Wyoming.
Is that for?
4:16.
Okay.
Thanks.
4:16 down to 7 minutes.
That's Dwayne Packard with JR Yeti with a time of 4:16 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Sarah Jo Gom with pace. On deck, we have John Holman with Eli, and in the hole, we have Jeff Mundoff with Fergie.
All right, we have Sarah Jo Gum here now, and she is from Arlington, Washington. Been to this trial many times. She's got a pretty good set, looks like. Baldy leading the way, coming in a little bit too close here. We want to get around that pen, but nothing they can't fix. This dog she's running here is called Pace. Hopefully he's got good pace. There you go. This is a good looking set here. If they can push these cattle between obstacles and still keep them calm enough to go through, they'll be in good shape. And I like what Sarah did here. She moved into position to kind of block that corner so she doesn't have to dig her cattle out of it. And right away she's got a good line to the Y with her set. They're going to go right through. So she's not wasted much time at this point. If they can just polish off these last 4 obstacles kind of the way they've been doing, this could be that 2-minute run we've been waiting for. Pace seems to have pretty good pace, actually. He's not over pushing. These cattle don't like to be pushed on too much. Again, they're pretty darn gentle and biddable. So the worst cow we've seen today was a really good cow in most other circumstances. Pace got a little bit feisty there. He maybe thought they should be moving a little bit faster than they were, and he blew them up a little bit. But they'll put that back together pretty quickly. Not a huge amount of time lost there. One thing that's cool about this dog is the way he stops in place, but he's still pushing. He's comfortable kind of pushing while still remaining still when he's asked. So pretty good at keeping these cattle calm. Sarah's been doing a lot to work, or Sarah Jo, sorry, has been doing a lot to work the front of these cattle. Probably could get away with pushing on them a bit more, but I say that, and then one of the Baldies runs past the pen there, which, again, won't be a huge issue, but loses you a bit of time. Now, if we can just get that Baldy to look into that opening. She had a red one in there. Was hoping maybe that the other two would see it and want to join. Hopefully they still can. Got a little bit of a divide and conquer situation. Two red ones, but they're not as glued to each other as maybe you'd like. And this Baldy is trying to avoid going in that pen. Again, this will almost certainly still be a full point run, but just the difference between getting under 2 minutes, which I think is going to be where the winning time is probably by the end of today, and being kind of in the 3 to 4 minute range, which is where most folks are. And now she just needs to push him out, and she's done.
That was Sarah Jo Gom with pace for a time of 3:23 and a score of 240. Good job. Next up, we have John Holman with Eli. On deck, we have Jeff Mundoff with Fergie. And in the hole, we have Tim Nas with Lil.
All right, here comes John Holman from Clay Center, Nebraska, and his dog, Eli. He's got 3 black cattle. We'll see if that gives him any kind of advantage here. Again, the worst set today has been pretty darn good, so there's not really been any that someone could say they got a bad deal with. But in a day where everyone's getting fast full point runs, you just need a little edge, and maybe this set of 3 all black cattle definitely got a high-headed leader there, but not an angry one. Yeah, that one wants to move, and John is working maybe a bit to try and catch that one at the front, but it's going right where he wants it, so he can kind of just focus on his back two. I think this could be a winning set with the way how fast they move and the fact that they don't seem to dislike each other at all. Just needs to watch he's not flanking too much with this dog and losing some time here. Again, most trials you'd say, oh, this is a nothing burger of a little slip up, but again, the runs are so fast today that really any mistake can take you from being in the running for first or second or third to deepen the scores, just because everyone's runs have been pretty darn clean and fast. Getting a little bit stuck down here in the corner. No doubt that they will solve it, but going to be hard to be sub 3 minutes now with some of the little hiccups here. But again, it's a 3-day trial. There's qualifying runs today, tomorrow, and then the finals on Monday. So you just need to make sure you get relatively clean, relatively fast on day one, and as the course gets a little tougher tomorrow, hope that that's where you have a really good run that separates you from the group a little bit. Not sure how many they're taking to the final. I'll have to ask that later. But one thing that is working against, I'd say, Eli a little bit here is he loves to go to the head, which again is an awesome trait, but it's slowing his cattle down here quite a bit. Just when they get some momentum, they're going up into that head a little bit, shutting it down. So over time, I think these little calves are going to start to get a little bit confused and agitated. Hopefully not by the time the run is done, though. There you go. Real nice job there getting around this barrel. You can see Eli wants to get to that head. Again, it's a really good trait. That's what you want in a dog. You don't want them to be afraid to get up to the head of their cattle. But today's trial, oh, we better watch it. Oh yeah, okay. They're gonna have to repeat that off. So that's gonna cost some time, especially since his cattle moved quite a bit past that obstacle. Game of inches. Nice thing is that sun is creeping ever further down the arena towards where the judges and the live stream are being filmed. So we're going to be sitting in the sun soon, which is nice. Normally at this trial, it's wet and cold, it being Denver in January, but it's relatively warm today. It's pretty clear skies. And I think in all the years I've come here, this is the first year it's been really nice weather. So pretty nice to get the dog trial outside in January and nice weather like this in Colorado. Well, John and Eli have plenty of time left, but it is also moving quickly. And this blue barrel is not the obstacle you want to kind of have to spend a lot of time on. But these cattle are getting a little bit frustrated, I think, especially this one here at the back. And again, very minor rebellions from any cattle here today, but they're costly in the sense that, again, so many fast runs, so many fast times. There we go. Sailed through the second last obstacle. Now just now to get this pen. John's going to try and apply pressure from this side and hope that Eli can cover the back. And every now and then we get a group that just really wants any other choice but going through that pen. Got one kind of stuck on the wall here. They might be getting close to time. Would be a heartbreaker to run out of time this close to the end. But we'll see. They can just tuck them in here. This is looking promising here. There you go. Just watch the edge here. There, good cover there from Eli. Good job. Don't let him. Oh. Now he just needs to push him back out. His run does not end until they get pushed back out the way they came in. There we go. It was looking a little bit like they might run out of time, but they got her done.
That was John Holman with Eli for a score of 240 and a time of 6:03. Next up, we have Jeff Mundorf with Fergie. On deck, we have Tim Nas with Lil, and in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zinni.
All right. Next up, we have, as you just heard, Jeff Mundorf with Fergie. And Jeff comes from, just get Red Oak, Iowa. I think that is IA. And he's going to send Fergie on the come-by side to get this gather going. Relatively straightforward fetch. Relatively straightforward course in general. We're just looking for that first sub 2-minute run today. I still believe it's possible. Oh, this is a set that's got some gusto. They're coming right out. Fergie's a bit off contact there. Jeff's calling her in. But not her fault. They came out flying. Now this set seems to really want to move. This could be, I know I've said it before, but this could be a really good set for getting that super fast time that we're all waiting for. And just going to try and work their heads with Fergie and apply a little pressure himself from behind. Good save there from Fergie. Oh, but one troublemaker Black Cow decided it was going to avoid the obstacle there. That's gonna eat the time. Quite like the look of this dog. I'm a tricolor fan myself. I like a long coat or a longer coat. I think this is a real good looking dog, personally. But yeah, with that, even that small little bobble there, that's gonna probably take them out of the running for day money, at least for today. But if they can get the course completed in relatively good time, they'll be sitting just fine for the average heading into day 2 tomorrow, hoping to make the finals. But just even a little small little mistake like that, when you're out there running today and that happens to you, you kind of know in the back of your head, well, I just got to get this thing done now, because even that little loss of time is probably going to take me out of the placings for day 1. Now we got a red one on the fight a little bit. Fergie worked hard to try and correct her, but she's starting to get a little bit agitated, and she's stirring up the other two. And they want to go out that exhaust gate. Some of these cattle definitely took a strong impression from going out that exhaust gate when they were getting kind of introduced to the arena over the past day or so. All right, so Fergie and Jeff are going to get them through this Y and head on now to the green barrel. There we go. Got to make up for some lost time here. If you can't win, you're at least looking for something in the low 3s, maybe mid 3s at the latest, to be sitting somewhat competitively in the average, even though it is just day 1. A lot can happen on day 2, though, so if you can't win today, you kind of just want to keep yourself in the conversation, in striking distance of at least getting to the finals tomorrow. Well, the finals are on Monday, but tomorrow is when you'll know if you've made it with run 2. All right, now Jeff and Fergie just have to work here on that pen, and they'll be all set. And that's it.
That was Jeff Mundorf with Fergie for a score of 240 and a time of 3:51. Next up, we have Tim Nas with Lil. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zenny. And in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Slink.
All right, so now we've got Tim Nas and his dog Lil. And they come to us from Platte, South Dakota. Here they come. Tim kind of reminds me of another cattle dog handler named Bob Allen. They kind of have a similar look to them. Bob's a really good handler too. Tim's cattle came out almost wanted to head straight for the exhaust. Did a good job getting Lil out in front of them. Disabused them of that idea. We do want them to get there, just we got some stops to make along the way. Can't just pass go and head straight there. Tim's going to help block that corner a little bit. Probably send Lil on a come by here to scoop these cattle around that blue barrel and into this Y here. There we go. Looks like they're on a pretty good. Oh, he's got one on the outside he's got to watch. That just happened in our last run as well. It's not easy. Sometimes it only takes a second. And like I said, it's such a small little mistake, but as I can attest to, any small mistake in this course right now can take you right out of the placings because there's so many fast runs. Now just got to navigate them back through that Y. Easier said than done sometimes. You can tell these calves think a lot. They're not super used to each other. They're certainly not used to this arena. They're kind of not sure what's going on in their world, but they've been pretty darn pliable, all things considered. And now I believe Tim is moving on to his green barrel, but his cattle have really taken a strong inkling that they want to get to that exhaust. Good little bite there from Lil. Definitely justified, definitely clean, in my opinion. And just needed to assert a little bit of fear of God into that cow. It was starting to get a little bit comfortable not going where the dog was asking it to. And now, at least for a little bit, it's a little more certain that it should listen. Now he needs to get on the left side of this blue barrel, so Lil's going to have to just push a little bit there. Good job. Good. Tight turn there. Almost too tight. Good read from Tim there. Good. Really good read. And just these little tiny rebellions. Definitely not too worried about this team being able to complete this course. They absolutely can, but again, just these little lossages of time, they add up. There we go. Tuck them in and now just get onto that pen. Try to get that as fast as they can to make up some time here. Keep themselves in the conversation for the average. This group is definitely settled right down, though. They don't do anything fast anymore. And the upside is they're not running all over Hell's Half Acre, requiring the dog and handler to catch them, regather them, and whatnot. But doesn't mean that you lose a few seconds here or there, just kind of getting them going. Good job from Tim there. I think he's got all his cattle in. I think he's just going to make sure. There we go. He's just going to put a little insurance on that last black one at the back there. And that'll be it for his run. I think he's probably going to be in the high threes, maybe mid threes. We'll see.
That was Tim Nas with Lil for a time of 4:51 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Jan Wagner with Zinni. On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Slink, and in the hole, we have Jordan Markowski with Linen.
All right, here comes Jan Wagner. We've seen Jan already today, and she's back this time with Zenny. Jan, as we talked about earlier, comes from Nunn, Colorado. She's puts this trial on with her husband Bob, who we'll also have seen already, and we'll see again. Very respected, very long histories from both Jan and Bob, putting on events like this, giving a lot of time and effort into cattle dog trialing in North America. And anyone who's ever put on trial can tell you it's hard to organize and host and then also run. Some folks might think there's an advantage to it because you might know the cattle at a venue. I can assure you it is not an advantage. A lot of hours and time and stress that Jan and Bob or anyone who puts on these events puts into making them happen. And by the time you run, you're almost glad just to get it over so you can get back to dealing with everything you got to deal with. So really appreciate all the work they put in. This group of cattle really wants to move, but if Jan can take advantage of that, they could have a fast run here. Unfortunately, one of their cattle just slipped out the wrong side of that Y, so they're going to give it another shot here. The upside of a trotty set like this is it can move. The downside is if something goes wrong, they can also move in the wrong direction pretty fast as well. And that little steer, unfortunately, just pulled that maneuver again. I think it's the same one. We'll see. But once they get an idea in their head that they can just avoid an obstacle, sometimes you have to work a little extra hard to fix that idea. Oh, and this time all three are going to slip out the wrong end. Definitely still achievable to get this run done because these cattle are pretty nice, all things considered, but makes things a little harder. There we go. Got them tucked in now. Just needs to get him around this green barrel, and the rest of the course up until the pen usually is fairly straightforward once you get around here. There you go. Lie down. Ooh. Oh. Zenny went for a little bit of an extra grab there on the side of the belly. That has made this little calf pretty unhappy. But they're going to get a chance to continue. This being a public event, sometimes grips will be called, but gonna give some, appropriate leeway. That wasn't too bad or anything like that. They've done a nice job getting their cattle back together. And again, nice thing about these cattle is that so far we haven't seen any that kind of get offended and then are just completely unmanageable for the rest of the run. Every time we've seen a little bit of a blow up or a little bit of a moment where one of them gets a little trotty or agitated or combative to the degree that these little cattle do, they've usually settled down pretty nicely afterwards. So, all right, Jan and Zenny are going to put them through this little alley here, and then it's just onto the pen. Still sitting on a pretty good time. 'Honestly, not gonna be out of the, 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 not gonna be out of the out of the picture by any means for the weekend just from that. There we go. Just need to tuck these things into that pen and... Oh, she got to watch this side. There we go. Heck yeah. She actually made really nice short work of that pen. And there you have it. That's a full point run. I'm going to put the mic down for a little bit. I got to go run my dog, but we'll get someone else back up here to comment in no time.
That was Jan Wagner with a time of 4:43 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Jordan Markowski with Lennon, and in the hole, we have Kent Herbal with Dodge. That was Bob Wagner with a time of 3:45 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Jordan Markowski with Lennon. On deck, we have Kent Herbal with Dodge, and in the hole, we have Jeff Myers with Jean. No, you're good. That was Jordan Markowski with Lennon for a time of 228 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Kent Herbal with Dodge. On deck, we have Jeff Myers with Jean. And in the hole, we have Becky Combe with Kate. That was Kent Herbal with Dodge with a time of 2:32 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Jeff Meyer. On deck, we have Becky Combs with Kate. And in the hole, we have Cappy Pruitt with Reba. for a sec?
Pardon?
I'm going to steal this for a sec so I can read it off.
Sure, sorry.
That was Jeff Myers with Jean for a time of 5:29 and a score of 2:40. Next up, we have Becky Combs with Kate. On deck, we have Cappy Pruitt with Reba. And in the hole, we have Jeannie Allen with Faye. That was Becky Combs with Kate for a time of 2:52 and a score of 2:40. Next up, we have Cappy Pruitt with Reba. On deck, we have Jeannie Allen with Faye, and in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Nip. Just kidding, that was a time of 2:32, not 2:52. That was Cappy Pruitt with Reba for a time of 2:33 and a score of 2:40. Next up, we have Jeannie Allen with Faye. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Nip, and in the hole, we have Kathy Sumeraki with Rook. That was Jeannie Allen with Faye with a time of 3:37 and a score of 240. Up next, we have Mike Thompson with Nip. On deck, we have Kathy Samaraki with Rook. And in the hole, we have Billy Richardson with Jim. That was Mike Thompson with Nip for a time of 240 and a score of 240. Next up, we have Kathy Samaraki with Rook. And on deck, we have Billy Richardson with Jim. That was Kathy Sumaraki with Rook for a time of 4:43 and a total of 2:40. Next up, we have Billy Richardson with Gem. We will be starting our nursery handlers meeting at noon and starting the run shortly after that. Again, we'll be starting our nursery handlers meeting at noon and starting the run shortly after that. That was Billy Richardson with Jim with a time of 4:26 and a score of 240 to round out this trial. Again, we will have our nursery handlers meeting at noon and start those trials right after. So if you are a nursery handler, please be here at noon at the arena.
Here we go. We're kicking off the nursery class. First up, we have Becky. And she's running her dog, Boone. Becky ran twice in the open class today. Her sets come out with a little bit of gusto. Boone's working hard just to keep them from running straight to the exhaust, catching the eye of that lead black steer. And that darn thing was pretty sure it wanted to come through and just plowed its way through there. So Becky's going to want to try and get that reset. Push her cattle back up to the other end of the arena, then curl them back to finish her fetch. Some of these cattle have run already once today. So some of them might be a little more fixated on that exhaust. Yeah, she's got one black one that's pretty sure it deserves to leave the arena. Can be a little tricky to deal with, but looks like she's got it back under control now. And through the Y, now just over to this green barrel here. That's the game plan. There we go. Yep. This set is definitely pulling. Really forcing this young dog. These are all young dogs in the nursery class. But this set's definitely going to want to see some credentials. Type of situation where the judge is probably going to be pretty comfortable letting this dog tap one of these on the nose or go and tap a back leg. But I'm going to have to do something here just to get these cattle a little more sure that they should listen. That looks better. Nice looking dog. Oh, got one. Boy, some of these black steers in this group are really making Becky and Boone have to do their homework, that's for sure. Make sure they don't take their eyes off them because they'll slip around an obstacle pretty quickly, it looks like, in this group. There we go. Now just through the alley and then into the pen. The alley is a pretty straightforward obstacle in this course. The cattle tend to want to go that way anyway if you can just cover the inside. If you don't, that happens. This dog's doing a really nice job having conversation with the cattle. Not racing them around. Someone in nursery probably will pull off some pretty fast times by leaning on them a bit more, but better safe than sorry sometimes. We'll see if that's true again in this class. In the open, you kind of needed to hustle your cattle around a little bit more because they are pretty forgiving, these cattle. So you're not too worried about blowing them up and then tanking your run because they spend the rest of it upset. Hasn't been a huge issue today. So you can probably afford to be a little more fast and loose, but sometimes just making sure you get a nice full point run with a decent score on day one is all you really need. So risk analysis for sure. This red one is a little hesitant to go in. There you go. Follow your friends. There you go. Great. Now all she needs to do is push them back out, and she'll have her run over. So it's Becky and Boone.
That was Becky Combs with Boone for a score of 240 and a time of 450. Next up, we have Walker Mundorf with Ray. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Sue. And in the hole, we have Rhonda Pletcher with Newt.
And here comes Walter Mundorf with Ray. Walter did not run in the open if I recall right, so be his first run of the day here. We had some sun earlier, now it's kind of cold and overcast with some wind. So far the cattle don't seem too affected by it. But another group coming out and a decent trot. Ray and Walter are going to have to keep them from just jetting straight to the exhaust. Looks like they're doing that. There you go. Nice. Picked up some good time there. Did not waste much time at all. And this cow, this steer here at the back is also just checking the credentials of the dog real quick. Looks like he wants to just make sure that he's being moved by a dog that has authority. I think it was satisfied in the answer it got. Walter's going to want to keep his dog on the back hip here. Don't want to get too much into their eye. Otherwise, you're going to turn them kind of like that. Needs to get him out and around this obstacle here. Looks like he's going to be just fine. Got into their eye a little bit. But this dog's got a nice... Oh, Ray wants to do a come by. Walter wants an away. A little bit of a disagreement, but nothing too major. Should have no problem, I think, getting them around these blue obstacles here. And I think Ray just likes a little bit to go to the head. Can't falter too much for that. It's a good trait, but it did cost them some time right there. There we go, back on track. And he wants an away here, but Ray really wants to go and balance on the come by, and it's made this obstacle a little tricky for this group. Ray's definitely well versed in balance, and that can be an amazing quality most of the time, but every now and then in a trial you want them to break balance. You just see a little bit that Ray's fighting some of these inside flanks a little bit. Again, they should still be able to get this course done. I think they're going to be okay. There you go. Yeah, just keep her out of, I think he's wanting to keep her out of their eye a little bit and maybe lie her down preemptively so that she, oh, he got lucky there. He was asking for an away, he didn't get it. But fortunately the cattle went around the right side of the barrel, and now it's just a home stretch into the pen, I think. And I think they're going to have no trouble with this, or not much trouble at all. Ray definitely likes to be at balance. Just got to bend him in. The red one's leading the way. Can he just, oh, can he just get that last one in? Oh, none of them went it through. Okay, my angle's not the greatest, as you can probably tell. I thought he had at least the red and the black one in there, but nope. Just needs a big turn here. His red one is now starting to figure out that she can kind of lag behind and just wait for the dog to get out of her way. Lie down, there you go. Good, good, good. Oh, so close, so close, so close. It's a simple obstacle that can become a hard one in a hurry, as I discovered in one of my runs earlier today. Once you get one of these cattle that you've allowed to kind of avoid going in the pen a few times, it becomes even harder to point them in, as you can see with this red Baldy here. You kind of really want to line things up for your first approach. It tends to be where the faster runs are coming from. There he goes, though. He's got all three in. Now he just needs to bring Ray around and push him out. There you go. Good. He'll get a full point run there. Probably a time in the 4s, I would imagine, but we'll see.
That was Walker Mundorf with Ray for a time of 5:02 and a total of 2:40. Next up, we have Mike Thompson with Sue. On deck, we have Rhonda Pletcher with Newton. And in the hole, we have Travis Balch with Chicky.
All right, here comes Mike Thompson. Mike is from Hobbs, New Mexico. Very good handler, open handler. He's won a lot in his day. He's hoping to win more here. And he is running his dog Sue. The last few sets that have come out have wanted to go straight for exhaust. Let's see if this set is any different. Well, they're angled that way, but they're not being obnoxious about it. Oh, but Sue might need to just tuck herself. Yeah, great job. Oh, no. He probably wanted to send away there, not come by. Just to, because they need to go around the far end of that pen and then between the pen and the fence in order to get their fetch. You can probably see the orange tape there flapping in the wind. So he's just going to have to push him back up a little bit and then flank her around to get his fetch now. Looks like he's done that. Not too much time lost at all. Not at all an issue. Nothing you can't recover from. We haven't had any smoking runs yet, but this nursery class is only on dog 3, so with 18 dogs in the class, there's plenty yet left to go. Plenty of opportunity for someone to throw together a sizzler. He's just got to watch this red one. She does not want to go in that Y. He needs probably a big come by here. Boy, that red one really fought him. She just was determined to nose her way on the wrong side of that panel. Now, losing a fair chunk of time here, but there's plenty of time that handlers have to work with, so they don't really have to stress themselves too much about trying to avoid any kind of mistake. Now, he's got some troublemaker red cattle that have ideas of independence. And this is one of them. I think he's put her now back. But again, he's got to watch this inside area of the Y chute. He's already had his cattle prove a few times that they're willing to go out of their way to avoid obstacles. Needs a come by here. There you go. Good, he'll get it. Now he can move on. It's not a super tricky set of cattle, but they do have a few little quirks. He's done a good job getting them at least to be back together again. But they do kind of like to be driven from the back hip, and so for these young dogs, sometimes it's tempting to flank up into their eye to stop movement. But needs a big come by here to bend them around that green barrel. Oh, that was a heck of a square flank she just did. Maybe a little too square. I think he's giving her some commands just to tighten her in a little bit. Square flanks are well and good, and they can be really useful in the right circumstance. But right here, he kind of wanted a tighter flank just to stay on contact with these cattle and bend them around that green barrel. They're sneaky heavy, these little calves right now. They were a little lighter this morning, but they're starting to get just a little bit sneaky. Not going anywhere fast. Looking for openings to avoid obstacles. Definitely asking a little extra work from dog and handler to keep them on target. He's asking for an away, but this isn't the first time in this class where we've seen in that exact spot dogs looking more comfortable going to the come-by side, even if the handler's asking for an away, and that's just a young dog thing, nothing shocking or surprising about it. In time, every dog we've seen will take both those flanks no problem, but this is a showcase for young dogs, so we're going to see some young dog traits. And one of them is having opinions that flanking into balance is much more fun and preferred than flanking away from balance. There we go. Just needs to push him on this line they're on, just get him around that blue barrel. Once he gets him around that blue barrel, he'll be pretty well set up to get the last two obstacles in relatively short order. All right, and Mike is going to exhaust his cattle. We'll find out what his time was in a moment. Hard work there from a young dog. Just beginning its journey. Going to be one to watch for sure. Next up, we have Rhonda Pletcher with her dog Newt.
That was Mike Thompson with Sue with a time of 7
Rhonda.
minutes and a score of 150. Good job. Next up, we have Rhonda Fletcher with Newt. On deck, we have Travis Waltz with Chicky. And in the hole, we have Dwayne Packard with 57 slow.
All right, so Rhonda comes to us from Yuma, Colorado. And she's running her young dog, Newt. Let's see, Rhonda and Newt. Newt sure is a good-looking little dog. Handsome tricolor. Nice long coat, rough coat, which I like. Might be biased, but I like that. Rhonda's calling for her cattle. Her cattle are thinking they'd like to go the... They took one look at the let-out gate and thought, you know what, actually we liked it back there with our friends a little more. This could be a trotty set, though. If she can keep them together, she might have a real nice set here to win with. They're coming out with a vengeance, though. Stopping to investigate around that blue barrel. She wants to keep Newt probably a little bit on the inside here. Make sure that she bends these guys. She's asking for an away. Newt wanted to come by. Definitely a pattern we've seen in the nursery class is lots of good dogs feeling more comfortable flanking on the come by to balance than in that inside pocket here. But again, these cattle are pretty forgiving. He can still lay down a really good run. There you go, nice job there. She did a great job keeping them on the outside of that pen. They have to be on that outside, right in that alley there. As they pass the orange tape, that gives them their fetch points. And then around this blue barrel and into the Y. And she's got a group that'll move, so she can put together a pretty good time here if she can. Now she just probably needs to just make sure that these suckers don't slip out the bottom side of the Y. One of them did. One of them did. Not too major of a time sink here, but it's not nothing. So now it just needs to bend them back. Got a little bit of a diverging of opinions between the cattle here. Just needs to watch that down. There you go, that should do it. Yeah, they're gonna get them right through now. Keep them out of their eye a little bit. There you go. Good, just bend them around that green barrel. Doing a good job keeping Newt out of their eye a little bit there. Sometimes tempting to shut the cattle down. But the more you shut them down, the more confused they get. So if you can stay on that back hip, you're usually in good shape. Good job. Good job. She's working to keep them out of that eye. Newt would like to get right up to their head, like any good border collie, but she's done a good job catching those cattle. Oh, a little bit of a nip there, but nothing. The cow, that steer isn't too offended by it at all. These cattle are really actually pretty darn good about if they get nipped or corrected. They don't lose their minds over it. So you're trying to work that balance of nudging them along, but avoiding kind of blowing them up a little bit. Lost 2 out the bottom side. Still plenty of time, though. This run is not by any means a catastrophe or anything like that. It's going pretty well. Just a few little bobbles. And we've not yet seen a run that didn't have any, so it's certainly, I mean in the nursery class that is, so it's certainly still competitive. Just needs to get these cattle back out to the other side of that obstacle and bring them back through. She might even push them through the back end and then flank around to bring them back through. We'll see what she does here. But even there, you can see these cattle are kind of now resisting going into the obstacle, even the wrong way. There we go. Heck of a job there. Now she can, once they get out of this obstacle, she's allowed to leave her handler's area and go assist if she wants to put these things into the pen. Almost had them. Almost had him. Needs to just make sure that this one doesn't slip by her here. The other two are helpfully waiting at the door. She asked for an away there. She got to come by. I think the dog was right. I think it was a good move on the dog's part to do a come by there. Now she just needs, I think she's in pretty good shape here to bend these suckers in. And I say that, and then one frickin' comes up with its own idea. There we go. Awesome. All right, she's got all three in. She just needs to push them back out, and she's done. And Newt has no problem doing that. That'll be a full point run.
See what the dog's doing, Eddie? Herding the animals to where they need to go.
And there we go. Nice run.
That was Rhonda Pletcher with Newt with a score of 240 and a time of 4:51. Next up, we have Travis Balch with Chicky. On deck, we have Dwayne Packard with 57 Sloan. And in the hole, we have Brooklyn Madden with Lock.
All right, here comes my friend Travis Balch. He's from Lemoyne, Nevada. Previously, before that, he's from Australia. He's running his young dog, Chicky. Chicky is a very young dog, very, very keen. Travis is using this great venue as an opportunity to introduce her more to the world of trialing. She's got a lot of gas in the tank. And a cool little dog. No shortage of grit. A lot of, very keen, as you can probably tell. But she's going to make a heck of a good dog one day, for sure. She's just very excited. She loves her work. And she's got a career of working very tough stock in front of her. And Travis has an option, and he's taken it, to leave his handler's line at any time. Once he does, all his cattle are half points, or worth half points when they go through obstacles. But like I said, Travis is not here to try and win with a young dog. He's here to give her good experience. So really good move on his part to leave that handler's line and help her succeed here. And as you can see, it's a great call, because Chicky loves to work, which is exactly what we want. So he's going to work with her and just guide her. Good job. She's probably also never worked little light cattle like these before. So that's also exciting for a young dog with a lot of gas in the tank. Good, he's just practicing getting her comfortable with flanking, showing her it's no big deal, because she's got no shortage of push. Now it's just settling her down, He needs a big come by here. Just scoop these things out of the corner. He might even help a little bit, which is totally allowed to do. Now he's got one who's leading the charge. Oh, little bugger. What a saucy little calf this one is. Good. Good job from Chicky just to turn that one back. And as you can tell, Travis is not in a hurry. He's not looking to mortgage the future of this dog off of one run when she's young. There you go. Good job. She's listening nice to him. Got real light trotty cattle though. They can tell that this dog has a lot of push and would like to come nip them. But again, he's not in a hurry here. This is an opportunity for this dog to get some experience. There he goes. He's going to get them through. He just has one straggler. I think he's going to do a good job here. And he's playing it safe. And Chicky had a strong opinion there that she needed to balance to her dad. Dad was hoping that she would do what we call an off-balance flank. But these young dogs, the first thing we teach them is balance. And so it's not unusual when they go to one of their first trials that they feel more comfortable having the stock between them and their handler. And it's with time and experience that they learn that sometimes you want them to leave that point of balance. But good work there from Travis and Chicky. Now they're going to run out of time probably in a few minutes, but all in all, Chicky's shown that she's learning and willing to listen to her dad, and she had a great time. And he's just keeping things calm. Like I said, he's not trying to win this whole deal or anything with the young dog. He just wants to make it a good experience for her. And that'll help build her confidence and give her more comfort being in strange places with strange livestock she's never seen before, and understanding that her job is to listen to her dad and work with him. Even if she doesn't understand exactly what the course is. Most of these dogs don't know what the course is. They're just responding in real time to the commands. So he got through almost half the course now. Just needs to get back over to that blue barrel. Can't go through that chute until you get the blue barrel. Chicky's getting a little fired up. Chicky's definitely got a little bit of a temper. So Travis is just going to settle things down. Good work from Travis. He's going to ask them to open the gate. He's not going to fly too close to the sun. He got some good moments there from Chicky, some good listening, some good learning. And he's going to take what he's accumulated with her and call it, which is a good move. Again, he's not trying to win the world in one of Chicky's first trials. He's just looking to build. All right. And the crowd gives Chicky and Travis a nice little applause there. They
That
know.
was Travis Bolt with Chicky with a time of 7 minutes and a score of 55.
All right,
Up
next.
next, we have Dwayne Packard with 57 Sloan. On deck, we have Brooklyn Madden with Lock. And in the hole, we have Janie Allen with Jog.
As you just heard, next up is Dwayne Packard from Hawk Springs, Wyoming. And he's going to be running his young dog. All the dogs in this class are young. This dog is 57 Sloan. I'm not sure what the significance of the 57 is, but it sounds catchy. Almost sounds like a car. Like that you might see at a hot rod conference or exhibit. Dwayne is a very experienced handler, very involved over the years with the National Cattle Dog Association, which is the organization that is the sanctioning body behind this particular trial. He's been a board member, an organizer, a trial host, I think. Run many dogs over the years with his wife Dottie. And 57 Sloan is going to spot his cattle, and Dwayne's going to send him on his outrun. Sloan looks a little unsure. He's asking for a come by, but Sloan's going, I don't know, boss. These cattle look like they kind of want to come here already. He's excited. Come on, Sloany boy. Now, Dwayne might decide to leave his handler's area to go help. We'll see. Or Sloan is not quite sure. There goes Sloan. Good boy. Needs a way there. Sloan felt like a come by was a better choice. But the good news is they can just bend the cattle back, push them up that alley, and still get their fetch.
Is this a stuffed squirrel or a outpost? Or one he caught squirrel?
And remember, these are just young dogs in this nursery class, so you'll see all kinds of stages of border collies. Some will be 3 years old or getting close to 3 years old. Some will be 1 year old. And there's a pretty big swing between a 1 year old and a 3 year old. And right now, Dwayne's working with Sloan to hopefully nudge these cattle up that alley. Now he needs a big flank from Sloan. Oh, and I think Dwayne might be calling his run. He's put a leash on it, so that might mean that the run is over. Just looking over to the exhaust to see what the call is here. I think that is a finished run.
That was Dwayne Packard with 57 Sloan. Good job. Up next, we have Brooklyn Madden with Locke. On deck, we have Janie Allen with Jock. And then in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zinni.
All right, here comes Brooklyn Madden and her dog Locke, and they are from Fort Lupton, Colorado. Locke is off on his come-by side. Good looking like a good set of cattle here, willing to trot. She's putting them in his eye. She doesn't want these cattle running straight to the exhaust. She wants a come-by now. Locke obliged. Oh, but Locke went for a little bit of a cheeky heel bite. Gotta love a heel bite. Maybe in that instance, not exactly what she wanted, but at least the dog has that tool in its belt. Oh, went for another one. Okay, so these cattle, they're pretty darn forgiving. They're pretty nice. They settle down decently well if they get nipped, but you don't want to be you don't want to be heel biting them too much, especially if they didn't do anything wrong. That could make it difficult to get them all the way around the course. Although it's a relatively straightforward course by design. Day one, the plan, from what I understand it, is to just make things nice and easy for both the cattle and the dogs, especially since these cattle had not been really dog broke until recently. So it was a good choice just to make sure that on day one things were achievable. So far, that seems to be paying off pretty well. That worked out pretty good there for Locke. Went for a bit of a nip there, and the cattle just happened to be breaking really well. Just needs an away now to tuck them on the left side of that blue barrel. Good job. I think they're going to be just fine getting them around this barrel here. Now, Brooklyn is asking for a come-by there. Locke wanted to give it away. Again, we've seen it with this nursery class, especially in that spot in particular. Dogs are having a little trouble, understandably, taking inside flanks. It's a long way away. They know these cattle want to get in the direction they're headed right now. And so flanking off of balance there is a little tricky, but I think Locke and Brooklyn are going to be just fine here. She's got a pretty good handle on this dog. Although he does love to go in. Again, we're glad to see it. In general, we want to make sure that our dogs can bite both ends, and this dog can. However, in this instance, maybe if there's a few fewer bites, it'd be a little easier to get them around that blue barrel. But I think they're just going to be fine here. Brooklyn, sorry, not Beverly. Brooklyn's doing a good job kind of resetting and pointing her black steers the right way. One did threaten to slip out there. Need a big come by here from Locke. He's going to give it. And away. Just battling them to get around. And really, it's just 1 or 2 feet extra on these flanks that are, I think, holding them back a little bit, but very small issue. Locke just likes to take a few extra steps. I know all about that. I have a young dog that also likes to take a few extra steps. It's just a part of being a young dog. Nothing unusual about it. And that's why trials like these are just a great opportunity to get these young dogs some experience, some mileage in a trial setting. And the crowd is on Locke and Brooklyn's side here. They can feel everyone's kind of really leaned into hoping that these cattle just go the right way around this barrel. Oh, good flying move there from Locke. Locke's working hard. Locke knows he's a good boy. Did a nice little move there going through the little square hole in the panel. And the time is starting to run out here. But Brooklyn and Locke have worked hard. And he's a neat little dog. This is no fault of the dog here. He's just young and got a group that is a little uncomfortable about going to the far left side of the arena there, and they're going to give it another try here. Every now and then you can tell Locke wants to go in and just give him a little encouragement with a little nip. Which he's allowed to do, but it might cause more problems than good here. This group of cattle is already a little wary. And she's doing a good job kind of working them bit by bit down to that end. The crowd feels it. I don't know if you can hear that on the live stream, but the crowd is really on Locke and Brooklyn's side, as they should be, wanting to get these suckers over there. And so Brooklyn's going to walk, try to help Locke get this done. She gets half points from here on out for any obstacles they complete, but it's the right call because he's given a lot of effort. Locke is working hard. There we go. Just got to turn these suckers back. And that'll be time for Brooklyn and Locke. Heroic effort. No one can say he didn't put in the try, and they get another run tomorrow, so there's no shame in that.
Just like to say a word of thanks to the crowd we have here today. We really appreciate all of you coming. Feel free to give yourself a round of applause because it's really fun to see so many people here. This, for those of you who are new to this event, these are nursery dogs. Nursery dogs are the younger dogs. In general, these will all be under 3 years of age. And then some of them have trialed very little, if any. So watching them accomplish what they do is pretty impressive. We'll have tomorrow morning, we'll have another round of open dogs. The open dogs are any age dogs, and they're generally probably against the and it's a real pleasure to see so many of you. And don't be afraid to ask a handler a question. Obviously not while they're trialing, but when they're done walking around with their dogs, they're almost all willing to answer your questions, and they very much appreciate it.
Also, just got a note letting me know that I was pronouncing one of our handlers' names wrong. So sorry about that. I was saying Walter Mundorf, and it was Walker Mundorf earlier. So sorry, Walker. I apologize for that. It's a little windy here, so my sheet is flapping around. Sorry about that, Walker. And thank you, Sonny, for the heads up. All right. Anyway, on to this run here. We've got Jeannie Allen and Jock. Last dog was Locke, and now we got Jeannie Allen. And Jeannie's got a really good start to her run here. These cattle, like I've been saying, they're pretty darn pliable. They're willing to move off a dog. They're willing, for the most part, to go into obstacles. And the organizers were telling me they were originally not sure about whether these cattle would be that workable, so they made day one's course a little easier. And the good news is it's leading to, for the most part, a lot of successful runs. And always easier to make runs on the later days or in the finals, trickier, but hard if you start with a tricky course on the first day, and then the cattle and the dogs get frustrated and things can kind of snowball from there. So good idea, I think, just to keep things manageable for day one. Let people build up some confidence, let the cattle get a taste of being worked in this arena. And Jeannie Allen and Jock are having a pretty darn smooth run right now. Got real good control of this dog. Again, though, this is a nursery class, so you never know which dog you're watching that is 3 years old and which ones are 1 year old. But they all compete on the same level. Jeannie is from Alamosa, Colorado. And so far she's shaping up to have what looks like it might be the fastest run of the nursery class. Obviously a little bit left to go, but she's already made kind of short work of the first 4 obstacles. Now she just needs to tuck them through this alley, which is relatively straightforward, and then into the pen and back out. And she's gonna now have things lined up, hopefully, to once she gets her cattle through that obstacle, she is allowed to move. She needs to put them in the far end of that broken hexagon there. She's got one end, but she needs to watch her red cow. Oh, I've done that. I know that feeling. She would have had a absolutely rip-roaring time if she had covered that hole. It is a 2 opening pen. You want to put them through the top side and then drive them back out the way they came to finish your run. But sometimes you can get so focused on putting them in, as I did earlier, you forget to watch the ones that are already there. But still working on a pretty darn good time, and I think even if it takes them another 30 seconds to finish, they'll still be comfortably in the lead for the nursery class so far. Now she's got them in. She just needs to bring Jock around, push him back out, and that'll be a full point run for Jeannie. There we go. It's as simple as that.
That was Jeannie Allen with Jock with a score of 240 and a time of 317.
317, gonna be happy with that score, that time.
We have Dan Wagner with Zinni. On deck, we have Sarah Jo Gong with Carrie. And in the hole, we have Mike Thompson with Jet.
And here comes Jan Wagner and Zenny. They ran in the open earlier. Now they're back for more in nursery. Pretty good crowd assembling here. It's a little bit of a windy day, so not the warmest, but warmer than it has been in past years at the Denver Stock Show Stock Dog competition. And there's a little bit of sun poking through the clouds every now and then, which is nice. All right, and Jan's going to send off Zenny to pick up these cattle. There we go, on a nice line there. Zenny's doing a real good job. Just needs to keep Zenny out of their eye, though. Keep them on that back hip. These cattle love to be worked off their back hip. They tend to stop and slow down quite a bit if you get in their eye too much, as you can see here. But still got them in a good course for getting around this obstacle. There we go. Now just needs to tuck him down. Needs to come around this blue barrel. Jan's kind of in the way. I think she's figured that out. She's going to get, oh, she's not quite sure if she wants to be on the inside or the outside there. But no harm done. These cattle do like that exhaust. They've only, for the most part, been through once or twice. But they figured out pretty quickly that they like to be in that back corner. So sometimes keeping them off of it can be tricky. As I mentioned in previous runs, Jan and her husband Bob are the two key kind of organizers for this trial. Longtime NCA supporters. They've done a lot on the board over the years for the NCA, the National Cattle Dog Association. And of course they put on this trial and they help put on other trials as well, and have done so for many years. I think this is looking like a pretty decent lineup now for her cattle to get through this wire. Oh no, she's got that red one was having none of it. Took advantage of opportunity there. Just needs to find a way to point them straight down that obstacle. One thing that's been tough for some runs today is if the dog just flanks a little bit too far in either direction. Good little dodge from Zenny there. Now these barrels have been getting a little trickier in the nursery class, potentially because nursery dogs are a little less confident doing inside flanks and off-balance flanks at range. Could also be that the crowd is assembled over on that side as they're supposed to. But nice job there from Jan just to keep her cattle from drifting to the wrong side of that barrel. She's on the good track here. And kind of once you get past that blue barrel, you're generally assured of a pretty decent chance of getting them through that chute. As long as things stay relatively calm, these cattle are usually pretty willing to go through that obstacle. So just needs to watch this inside here a little bit. I think she's done that. And once her cattle get through that obstacle, she's allowed to leave her handler's line to help get them into this open-ended pen here. And yeah, there's two entrances, as I've said before, just in case anyone's listening or watching their first run of the day. There's two entrances to this pen, and you want the cattle to go right where Jan just put them relatively easily, and then you want to push them back out that direction. That was one of the faster pen loads of the day. Got it basically on their first real attempt. And that's going to be a full point run for Jan and Zenny.
That was Jan Wagner with Zenny with a score of 240 and a time of 4:08. This is his last year in nursery, and last year it was the nursery champion, so congratulations on that one. Next up, we have Sarah Jo Baum with Carrie. On deck, we have Mike Thompson with Jet. And in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Spack.
All right, now we've got Sarah Jo Gam running her dog. And they are from Arlington, Washington. And so
right now in the auction arena, Stockman in the stockyards. In the arena today.
So we'll see what Sarah Jo and Carrie, her dog Carrie, I think Jim Carey, can get done. They got a pretty Carrie came out guns blazing, but heck, that might be not too bad if it keeps the cattle moving. Sarah Joe drew 3 red cattle, including a Baldy, but they seem decently pliable. Carey looks like he's got a lot of enthusiasm. Again, these cattle are pretty forgiving. So even if a young dog gets a little excited and pushes on them or goes in for a nip, they seem to recover from that pretty darn well. And yeah, Sarah Joe's got a great line into her Y here. This could be a cooking. Oh, Carey thought they're getting away. Carey thought they're getting away, boss. Let me stop them. And his mom said, "What are you doing?" And the crowd thought that was a riot. Carey's got some spooky eyes. I don't know if you can see that on the live stream, but he's got almost metallic eyes, it looks like, in the sun. Good boy. And yeah, Sarah Joe's just giving him little flanks and lie downs to nudge these cattle forward, which is very, very cool. They're doing a nice job here keeping these cattle going. I think Sarah Joe knows she's got a lot of dog here, and that Carey would love to make things exciting, and Sarah Joe's just doing a good job keeping things calm and purposeful. Really nice job there. Now she's got them around the barrel. Just needs to tuck them. They might even go themselves with where Carey's standing, right through that obstacle. She's got a little bit, maybe too much in their eye there, but nothing major. There you go. Yeah, Sarah Joe's cooking here. She's working on a fast run. If she can leave her handler's post now and just get them into this pen. Oh, there you go. Frickin' heck, Sarah Joe. Well done. That's going to be a hard time to beat here on day 1 of the nursery class. Very nicely done. That'll be a sizzling score. Probably in the 2-minute range, I would bet, but we'll see what the score sheet says.
That was Sarah Joe Baum with Gary for a time of 2:46 and a score of 2:40. Good job.
All right, that was a 2:46 from Sarah Joe and Carey.
On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Spack, and in the hole, we have Jeff Myers with Gene.
All right, here comes Mike Thompson back again, second time this round, this time with his dog Jet. For those who didn't catch it earlier, Mike Thompson is from Hobbs, New Mexico. Veteran handler, nice guy. See him at all kinds of trials all over the U.S. And he can frickin' run, so. One thing he's got working against him, though, is he's got 2 cattle that came out and 1 Baldy that thought she might go the other way or he might go the other way. But that's okay because they got that fixed in a hurry. And this is a sleek looking little dog here. Looks like it's got a heck of a lot of training on it, which is cool. Now, not the fastest moving set of cattle, but they are staying together and they're staying calm, and that might be just enough. Time to beat now is 2:40 something, maybe 2:48 from Sarah Joe, which is definitely going to be the lead time in this class so far. But still plenty of runs left to go. We've got about 7 more runs after this. And that'll finish off day 1 here at the National Western Stock Show in Denver, Colorado. Mike's doing a nice job moving these cattle around with Jet. Got them kind of wedged into this exhaust corner, though. He's going to need to get Jet or himself around on the far side of these cattle to break them out of there. Needs to watch this inside edge here. This cattle look like they're contemplating. Oh no, they made the right choice. Good read there from Mike. He was pretty confident, I think, that they were going to go the way he wanted them to, so ended up working out. Now just needs to get Jet over on the right side of these cattle. Right now Jet is wanting to do an away. Mike's asking for that come by. He gets it. Jet's now in the right place. Just needs to nudge them around this green barrel here. He's asking for a come by. Jet is convinced that an away is what's needed. I think Mike's right in this instance. There we go. Well, he's getting around the course. It's not going to be a crazy fast time, but he's focused on doing it right and just helping Jet with some of these off balance and inside flanks. He's got a little bit of a heavier set. Jet is sure that he wants these cattle brought back to him, but Mike's just patiently and politely reminding her, no, I want you to push him away from me. As weird as that feels as a border collie, that's the job right now. Just having a little trouble getting the push all the way back to that blue barrel. They want to be on the left side of that blue barrel, over on the left side of your screen if you can see it. And Mike has made the wise choice just to leave his handler's line and go help Jet. You are allowed to do that at this trial. If you opt to leave your handler's post to help out a young dog, you just get half points from any obstacles from that point onward. And as we've seen in this nursery class, handlers are less concerned with just trying to win the world in one trial, and instead are focused more on building up their young dogs and getting them some mileage and experience. And so more important for these top handlers like Mike to use this as an opportunity to build their dog versus just holler at them or have them not succeed just because you're trying to get points or win a check or something. So very, very cool. And now once he gets them through this obstacle, the last thing to do is to put them in the pen and push them back out. And that'll be it for Mike and Jet for this run on day 1. And here, Jet really wants to balance these cattle to her dad. But Mike worked with her a little bit on that, and yeah, they'll end on a positive note. But just another good example of these young dogs. You know, balance is one of the first things they learn, rightfully so, and as they get older and they get more training, they learn. Oh, sometimes my dad or my mom might want me to leave balance and do something else, and that just comes with time. So nothing wrong with
That was Mike Thompson with Jet
that run,
for a
and
score of 180
we'll go on to the
and a
next
time
one
of
now.
6:25. Next up, we have Bob Wagner with Spack. On deck, we have Jeff Myers with Jean, and in the hole, we have Jordan Markowski with Lennon.
All right, now we move on to Jeff Myers, my friend Jeff. He's from Hayden, Colorado, a staple in the cattle dog scene. Puts on a great trial most Septembers in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, that everyone should go to. It's awesome. And he's running his. Oh, sorry, no, I'm mistaken. This is Bob Wagner and Spack. Jeff will be up next. So Bob Wagner back again with his dog Spack. Bob, again, one of the hosts of this trial, has been for many years. Not an easy event to put on, coordinating with the National Western Stock Show and getting this arena that we're in right now, or this venue. This venue is built from the ground up each year for this trial, over top of concrete. So a lot of logistical work to not only get the course set up, but also get the cattle, do everything else. And so far, a really good start for Bob and his dog. They got their fetch in very, very quick time, and if they can, with this kind of speed, they could challenge the 248, I think, that Sarah Jo is currently sitting on in the nursery class. Just having a little trouble getting them out of this corner here. But got them out now, but they've slipped by that Y, so have to turn them back. And this is tricky. Whenever you have to turn the cattle a few times, you're always raising the possibility that they get a little bit frustrated. And the more frustrated they get, the more erratic they might behave, or the less willing they might be to look for obstacles. But really, really nice catch there from Bob and Spack to hopefully fix things here. Spack went a little wide on that outrun, that flank, though, so we'll see if they can. The problem is he's really got a set that do not want to go into that Y as much as they maybe would have in their first attempt. But now he's got a leader that went through, so that should do it. Oh, Spack did a big. There we go. Put that red one at the front there through twice. But luckily he got all three through, and now he can move on to his barrel. Spack's getting a little fired up, though. It's going to make things a little tricky. And these young dogs can get enthusiastic. I definitely have one that is getting a little more trained, a little more pliable these days, but for certainly most of his early career, he was more enthusiasm than technique. And nothing wrong with that. Rather have that than all technique and no enthusiasm, in my opinion, anyway. It just needs to get Spack to do a come-by here. Spack really wants to bring the cattle back to him, though. Something we've seen a lot of nursery dogs do today. These calves definitely make dogs want to balance and fetch them. But nothing unusual about that, especially for a young dog. Yeah, he's just having a little trouble getting Spack to take these inside flanks here. Spack is very sure that the cattle should be coming back to Dad. There we go, got a good line going here. Oh, but just a little bit too far on Spack's front, pushing the cattle a little bit too far. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bob leave the line here just to help get this done. We'll see what he decides to do, but I think probably not too far from that point where he's going to want to just help Spack get this done here. Again, these are just young dogs, so we're not expecting world beaters at 1 or 2 years old. We just want to see progress and give these dogs miles and experience. All right, here we go. We got another line up on another attempt here. Just taking his time here. Bob and Spack are not giving up yet. They're working on driving these cattle straight out, down to those green barrels. But fortunately, Spack is just very sure that they should be balanced. And so Bob has left his line, so he will get half points from now on for every obstacle he gets from this point onward. But I think it's the right call. Spack has no shortage of enthusiasm, no shortage of drive. He's just young. And so by Bob leaving the handler's line to work with him a little more close at hand, they can turn this into a win. And Bob's going to call his run there. Just going to have a little bathroom break first. And that's actually going to be it for me for a while. I got to go get ready to run my dog. But yeah, we'll see if we can get someone else up here. But otherwise, enjoy the live stream.
That was Bob Wagner with Spack with a score of 90 and a time of 7 minutes. Up next is Jeff Myers with Gene. On deck is Jordan Markowski with Lynn and Wagner with Zing. That was Jeff Myers with Jean for a score of 240 and a time of 6:35. Up next, we have Jordan Markowski with Lennon. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zing. And in the hole, we have Brooklyn Madden with Radar. That was Jordan Markowski with Lennon with a time of 2 minutes and a score of 240. Up now, we have Jan Wagner with Zing. On deck, we have Brooklyn Madden with Radar. And in the hole, we have Tim Nas with Louie. That was Jan Wagner with Zing for a score of 90 and a time of 7 minutes. Next up, we have Brooklyn Madden with Radar. On deck, we have Tim Naz with Louie. And in the hole, we have Jeff Mundorf with Mick.
Okay, sorry for all the quiet time, but this is Brooklyn Madden running her dog Radar. And since I just got here, I'm not 100% sure where she is in the course. Oh, look at that. She must be at the pen. She is, and she's got him in. Brooklyn Madden comes to us from Fort Lupton, Colorado, not terribly far from here. And she's got herself a full score, I do believe.
That was Brooklyn Madden with Radar for a score of 240 and a time of 6:11. We next have Tim Naws with Louie, and to round out our nursery trials is Jeff Mundorf with Mick.
All right, Tim Naws is about to walk in. This is the first time Tim's been back to Denver.
She had a score of 230, not 240.
For 12 years, he tells me. Tim used to come down all the time, and then there was a bit of a drought, and now he's back. And he happened to win the open class this morning. Win it pretty convincingly at time-wise. So this is Louie. He sent him out on a come-by, which is what almost all the handlers have been doing. Has to get him around this obstacle, which has been fairly easy. Now into the handler's box on the north-south side, and then out of the handler's box on the east-west side nearest us. Almost missed that. Ooh, that's too bad. These young dogs have a tendency to be a little more aggressive and a little less precise, obviously, than an older dog. And as a consequence, these cattle are fairly easy to get upset. And once they get upset, they're much harder to work. Now he's got a problem. He's got this one by itself down here and then two back by the back wall. Got one in the wrong way. I don't think that one's clear. They have to go clear beyond the ends of the Y in order to be clear and able to score points after coming in the wrong way. Right now, I don't think he would count as being clear, so depends on how the judge is calling it. judge today is Dottie Packard from Hawk Springs, Wyoming. Well, he got them all through, and I assume the judge told him it was okay, so. Headed to the barrel. This group is moving fairly slowly, but there's a very popular expression that in the dog trialing world, slow is fast. Because they tend to be moving consistently. Oops. See what happens when they start moving faster. As we've said before, these barrels form a corner of a box that includes an arena fence on the opposite sides, and in this case they need to enter here on this left side relative to us, that is. Right now he's got one animal through, so he's got 10 points if he wants to take it, but I think he'd like to win, and in order to win you got to have a full score, so I'm guessing he's going to retry that. Got this one calf that's just simply not wanting to cooperate. So Louie's going to probably go back and try to get the other two and not worry about that one. That's kind of a shame, and it's, to me, unexpected, because this has been an amazingly easy obstacle. We thought when we designed this course that this would be the most difficult obstacle on the course, and it hasn't been. It's been extremely easy. The Y chute has been a challenge for some dogs, and loading the pen has been a challenge. The pen is created the way it is, that is with an opening at each end, because these cattle are not as happy going into what we call a blind obstacle. That is one they can't see through. They can see through this one, so they enter it fairly easily. The handler steps in front of the opening, calls his dog, and sends the dog to it, and Tim's run is complete. And if my math is correct, he's dropped 10 points.
That was Tim Nas with Louie for a score of 200 and a time of 6:15. To round out our nursery trials and our day, we have Jeff Mundorf with Mick.
I believe this is the last dog in the nursery class. Jeff Mundorf with Mick. Jeff's from Red Oak, Iowa. Another long-time trialer. Very talented. I don't know anything about Mick. We'll find out. There goes Mick. Okay, he's got them in line to score at the first point place. There's 30 points. Into the handler's box with all three. Around the first barrel in a clockwise direction. He's in the second barrel box. And 1, 2, 3 scores now, as has been fairly consistent. They are heading right for the weave obstacle. A very good run by Jeff Mundorf and Mick to end our nursery class.
And our last trial of the day was Jeff Mundorf with Mick for a time of 2:15 and a score of 2:40. Thank you all for coming out, and please feel free to come back to tomorrow's trials, where we will have another open trial and our intermediate trials. Thank you for coming to the 2025 National Western Stock Show, and happy first day of the best 16 days in January.
So we're back tomorrow morning with the open class starting around 8 o'clock. We have open class tomorrow followed by intermediate. And then on Monday we have open finals, the top 20 dogs from these two runs. And then actually that's not true. We'll start on Monday morning with the intermediate class, second run. Then the open finals, top 20 dogs from the two runs today and tomorrow. And then we'll end the day with this nursery class. End the day and the year for the National Western.